Yo, we made it. It's Friday. It's the Today we finished the Magic the Gathering portfolio. It's been 2 weeks of hard grind. Um, we did three Lorcana images and then three Magic the Gathering images back to back. So I'm looking forward to a weekend of not painting, not thinking about painting, and just going outside. It's been good. It's been good though, but I'm pretty tired. I did like a long cycle on my road bike yesterday after stream. Did 50k, and I was just like, I'm done. So, hey, Delica, how you doing? Popping in just to say good morning, good bloody morning. Hello, Nessie. Hello, Sarah. And also Dusty Mothwings. What's going on? All right. So I've already done a bit of a warm up this morning, so I'm going to skip my usual warm up because I just want to get into this. I got quite a lot to paint today to finish up. So we'll start quickly with old paintings. That's Lap. Again, we're revisiting another artist that we've had on here before. Today is going to be Cleopatra by John William Waterhouse. And yeah, I love Waterhouse. Waterhouse is a fantastic painter. Just brilliant. And this painting is no exception. I love the composition, the materials, the coloring, just everything about it. There's so much texture in it. You can see all these very lovely like textured strokes, some nice impasto, visible brush strokes everywhere. Really, really nice mood. I love the sort of downturned head that's only lit by reflected light. Very nice touch. So yes, this is today's old painting that slaps by John William Waterhouse. Honestly, the paintings are superb. I've seen quite a few of them in person, and I love them. I love them. So yeah, if you ever get the chance to see them, defo go along. There's some great John William Waterhouse books out there as well with some great reproductions and but yeah, this is definitely one of the greats. Beautiful foreshortening on this arm as well. Just the slight hue shifts that are used to describe the insertions of the arm is mwah, chef's kiss. This is one of those opportunities where it's like color is doing the heavy lifting when it comes to telling this foreshortening story right here. It's a good little lesson. You don't always have to use value to do these things. You can use color. All right. So that's today's old painting that slaps. And today we're going to finish off Liliana. There's quite a bit to do still. Namely skeletons and like background. I got these like ribbons and stuff, haven't I? That I need to sort out as well. That are going to go in the back. Got to make sure they don't cover up my dude. So this morning, I just put in some ref together. I got a skull in 3D and was just moving that around to get the orientations for these heads. I'm not ultimately happy with the skeleton's heads right now, and I want them to be. I like all the far background guys, but I don't like the mid-ground guys right now. So I used a little bit of 3D here to just get the orientations for the heads. Now I did some drawings, and I'm going to use those drawings to kind of do the heads from here. the orientations are remaining the same, but like I just want them to be spot on. And yeah, we're on a time crunch, so needs must. Needs must. So we're going to get into that. And it's going to start with making some flats. Here we go. So yeah, we're getting into it today. Getting into it. I know you liked these ones already. They're remaining in the same orientation, Sarah. But I got to do what's best. Got to do what's best for my boys. But yeah, I've super enjoyed doing these images over the last couple of weeks. The Lorcana ones, and then these ones. Yeah, it's been really fun, and it's been a lot. We've been on the grind. Like I always work kind of efficiently, but this week has been a bit more of an exception. Really had to push it a lot this week. But hey, it's good to test yourself. But yeah, I've had a few instances like client work wise where it's I've had to push this hard to get something done due to like last minute changes. I remember I had a big piece of marketing artwork that we were at the end of, and literally the day beforehand they were like, listen, if we want to change the pose of one of these characters, but like, obviously the deadline doesn't change. So if you can do it, that'd be amazing. But it's not it's not the be all end all. It's just we would prefer to change it if possible. So I was like, okay, yeah, I can do this, and yeah, re-rendered the entire character in a new pose. In a day, and it was back against the wall, kind of can't even stop for lunch kind of a thing. But we got it done, and I do agree it looked a lot better than the last pose. And that was a good sort of test of like, okay, well, can I actually do it? What's the limit, Damn, locked in. Do these kind of last minute changes happen very often? No, not really. Not very often. Nothing as severe as that. Like, they'll often, for big marketing pieces, like, I'm talking like box covers or main marketing illustrations, there is a ton of back and forward, and you might end up like repainting bits over and over and over and stuff. I've worked on images where we have done like 200 odd revisions, But at the end of the day, like, they're paying for it, so they can have it. uh, you know, they're paying for the revisions. That's fine. I'll do as many as they want. You know, I don't really care from that point of view. Like it can get a bit tedious, but it's not like you can't have that. It's like, well, they're paying for it. They can have this. They can have 400 if they want. Do you know what I mean? If they're paying for it, they can get whatever they want. But sometimes it goes the other way. Like sometimes you lock it all down early, and you're in. You know. For and it's usually only for like the biggest stuff that is going to be a project, you know. I'm talking like, you know, box art, like main image marketing artwork, you know, release artwork, that kind of stuff. That's always going to be like where it's all happening. And like for marketing artwork as well, it's not always about having like the best illustration. Like quite often the best illustration and then what is required for marketing are at odds with each other. You know? Marketing might want to show like several different things about the game within the illustration. They might want to highlight like the gameplay and certain things that happen within the game and certain characters, and like the best composition, you know, would not be able to show all of those things in the way that they want to show them. So it is a compromise a lot of the time between like what's needed and what looks the best. And quite often what would look the best is sacrificed for the sake of what needs to be shown. So you just you kind of got to manage your expectations as an illustrator on stuff like that, because you are there to like illustrate the thing, but the purpose of the illustration is not to be a fantastic illustration in and of itself. Like it is as a commercial thing. It has its own end goals that are sometimes at odds with what you would want as an illustrator on the image. So, and obviously you're going to try and make that work as best you can as the illustrator, right? But you know, there are certain considerations that you just aren't going to be able to fulfill, there are certain things that are going to be asked to be like put into the illustration that are going to be at odds with how well you can create the image, you know, in terms of like what needs to be seen, how the lighting is going to work, you know, placement of figures, that kind of stuff. There's always these other considerations that you yourself as an illustrator would not be taken into account. So you work closely with marketing and stuff like that to come up with the solution that's going to work the best for everyone. And like at the end of the day, you're a pencil, right? So you just do as you're told. Chime in where you can, you know, and try and find creative solutions to like make the best image within the limitations. But you are going to have to sacrifice some stuff inevitably at some point. It's just the way it is. Oh, interesting. That must be where not being too precious with your work also comes into play. Yeah, you can't get too precious with it. You will wind yourself up no end if you do. It doesn't mean you don't care, but it's just you have to realize that it isn't about you and it's not your show. Do you know what I mean? So it's more of an ego thing than anything else. You just got to be like, listen. And you know, the exciting part of it is within the limitations, coming up with the composition that still works as like a really good image. That's like the exciting part. Like, can you fulfill everything that's needed and have it look good? Because if you can do that, you know, then you're in business. Then you're best of both worlds. You're going to have a sick illustration, and it's going to do everything that marketing wants it to do. And that does happen, and that's really great. Like, I think that's when clients are really happy and they're like, okay, sick. You also get a lot of trust that way as well. If you can pull that off, then you can build trust with your client, and you know, you're going to be in a much better position going forward. That's interesting. That's really handy. I've started doing some marketing art work, so that'd be good to keep in mind. Yeah, defo. Just the whole thing is a compromise, right? Yeah, I do. Like, if I come up with a composition that is really great, but we're not going to use it for whatever reason, like, yeah, that's always stored there, and I'll be like, I'm coming back to this. Yeah. It is very fun. It is very fun. Yeah, quite a lot of the stuff always comes in is like cropping images is a big one. Like, you make a composition that's cool, but then it needs to be cropped in like 4 or 5 different ways for different storefronts and requirements, and that's a tough one. That's a tough one because, you know, as you know, composition, like this composition, the way it's laid out and everything is due to the frame dimensions, right? So if suddenly this has to work with a super wide 21 by 9 crop, you're like, oh, okay, like, are we doing 21 by 9 within the image, so like this, in which case we maybe need to like move up or shrink down what's happening in the background a bit so that we get that in this crop as well. If we're doing a vertical crop, does this work? Does it show enough of what we want to show? Like, would we need to move, say, like this guy over here and overlap him? Or like, again, play with the scale. Are we doing it so that we're actually extending the crop? So like, are we extending it out from this so that this remains intact, but then in which case we need stuff all the way out here and stuff all the way out here? Is there going to be information over it? Is there going to be like a game logo? Is it going to be an in-game screen? Is it going to have UI on it? Is it going to be parallax animated? Therefore, all of this stuff needs painting behind. Just there's so many different variables that can come into it. that can be tough. Yeah, I've had to do cropping for the first time, and it's taken a lot of my brain power. Yeah, it can be frustrating. Personally, like, I like to try and design the composition with all the crops in mind from the beginning. I know other people that they will sort of design the composition around the main crop, and then sort of extend and add, and that does work, but that's where I think you make the most compromises, because you already have something that works, and then you're just trying to sort of shoehorn the other crops in. Whereas I like to try and design it where it works already, or at least generally, and then the additions to it are not an afterthought. But that does mean that initially the initial sketching out takes a lot longer, because you just have more problems to solve. Yeah, in the sort of briefing phase, if something needs to be like painted behind for parallax, that'll be in the brief, and that'll be discussed when we're discussing like rates and everything as well. Like, it won't be like, oh, surprise, it needs doing. It's like, oh no, this is from the beginning is happening that way. And some parallax animation like artists will do some of that themselves, but I think for the best results, it's as the illustrator, I prefer to do the behind painting myself, because it's just an extension of what I've done. And it's like I'm doing my bit, then the parallax artist can just work on the bit that they know how to do, and not have to like guess what I was trying to do. Yo, Drasif, thank you for the follow. The follow. Do you ever use artboards in Photoshop to help test layouts? I just got taught about them at work. They seem super useful. No, I usually would get sent template, like template guides that have like all the crops in them, and then I would just overlay that on, you know, on top of what I'm going to sketch, and just go from there. Yeah. I don't mess around with any of that stuff. Like, if you need all these crops, you send me you send me templates, you know. I'm not fucking around. Yeah, my camera's off. Camera's all fucked up. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, I could sit there and like noodle on it for ages. I don't have really time to do that. I just want them to be immediately recognizable and good. So just get a bit of 3D, bit of 3D going. Yo, so what's everyone doing this weekend? I'm going for a hike with Daisy and my cousin tomorrow. I'm gonna go to the seaside, get some fish and chips, and then on Sunday, me and my brother are going for a 100-kilometer cycle, training cycle. So that should be fun. Literally no rest this weekend, even though that's what I need. We'll draw this weekend. I've been dying to draw all week, so now that I have free time, it's oh yeah, nice. It is a nice feeling when you really want to do that, and the time comes, and you're like, I'm locking in. I'm the opposite. I've been painting all week, so I'm nice to be free of the chains. And yeah, I've got some work. Come in, which I'm gonna start next week. So yeah, next week the streams won't be as regular because I will be working, but I will, in between client work, I will get on stream and we'll do some more painting. Not sure what we're gonna paint on stream yet, but I do want to keep continuing on doing some like images like these where we really try and get them done like in a short amount of time. I really enjoyed painting the dragon. I'm defo down to paint more dragons. So yeah, we'll see. I'll come up with some ideas. Going to a London gig tomorrow with my partner Dean to see Symes. Is that Symes? Don't know them. Nice. That sounds fun. Traveling into the big smoke. Oh, that's what I wanted to check. To be honest, I don't really know them either. But he's hyped, so it'll be fine. Alright, fair. Hey Sarah, yeah, go ahead. I mean, I'm not sure that I'd be able to get myself together before October anyway. So, uh, but yeah, go on, please. Hey, Daniel, what's up? Best of luck with the portfolio. My first Magic the Gathering card got previewed at Magic Con last week. What a glorious feed. Hey, nice, man. Yeah, that must be great. Really, congrats. Congratulations. What are you going to do to celebrate? Also, if you've got any art directors' information that uh, you think I should hit up, then message me. It'd be much appreciated. Went out the next day, watched the England France match, and got shit faced. Excellent. For sure. Where is the best to message you? Insta? Yeah, Insta is is Brill. Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you. Much appreciated. And cheers for stopping in, bruh. But yeah, that's very exciting. Yeah, it's a big achievement. Big achievement. Right, hit save. I'm just going to put the kettle on and be right back. All right, we're back. Sorry, just had to make a little coffee, didn't we? Okay. We continue. I will probably like mess around with the scale of some of these skeletons a little bit later. Like this guy is a bit too big right now. And I might, yeah, I'm just going to mess around with the scale a bit. But yo, Daniel, yeah, I'll definitely catch you at Concept 101. Whether that's like one of their smaller events or one of the sketching meetups or something. But that'd be good, man. But thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you messaging me as well. Thanks very much. And yeah, really well done with the card. I look forward to seeing it. I'll get you to sign it. All right, nice. Yeah, I'll sign my Riftbound card for you. I'll give you that in the meantime. Okay, so this guy, this is what we'd call like the hero asset, or the, you know, the hero skeleton in this. So quite often in an illustration, if you've got something, a repeated element, right? In this case, the skeletons. It's good practice to have one of them that is kind of clear and in view, and kind of a bit more detailed, if you like. And this way, he can represent all of the skeletons as a whole, so that someone looking at it can be like, oh, okay, all of these things are what this guy in the front is. You know? It's kind of a way of saying, like, I'm going to paint these in less detail elsewhere, so you're going to pick up on the design of it here, and then your brain will extrapolate that detail out. And this isn't so relevant for something like a skeleton in this case. I mean, it is to a degree, but, you know, a skeleton is pretty recognizable. But, you know, sometimes you'll have something that isn't, you know, you'll have, let's say it's like an alien race or something, and you're doing a big image, and it's like a battle scene or something. And this, you know, there's an alien race in the image, is like, it's going to be the first time that audiences see this thing. And so they don't have a preconceived idea of like what it's supposed to look like, its details and everything. So what you'd want to do is set up the composition in a way where you can have like at least one of them in this sort of very clear view, where it's got like good lighting on it, and so on, so that you can basically tell the viewer, hey, this one is the same as all of these that are in the background that are not going to be as painted or as detailed. And it's just a way of explaining things visually to your viewer. And we'll usually call that like the hero asset, or like in this case the hero skeleton. It's just the one that's doing the heavy lifting of explaining what these things are. Ugh. skeleton. Do love skeletons, man. I love them. Yeah, there's no real rhyme or reason to a lot of this. It's just grass, bro. Yeah, do you know in here in my tools, you see all these ones that are like brackets. This is because I would like accident and this one here called QQ. This was accidentally selecting the brush and then like pressing brush size bigger, brush size smaller, and then it would like resave the brush name. You know, and I'd be like, "Why isn't my brush working?" And it's because I'm like renaming the brush instead of using it. Yeah, exactly. Stupid. Hey, yo. Sorry. YouTube, I forgot about you again. Dan, looking sick. Jeez, thanks, mate. This is Epic Dude. Noise, thank you. And Churi, this actually looks super good. Thank you. This actually looks super good. Thank you. Sorry, I forgot about you guys over there. If you're still there, hi. If you're not, my bad. I've just been locking in on the painting and not really looked at chat too much. Oh, YouTube. Yeah, well, I bring the YouTube chat up, but like it's not in my streaming software like the Twitch chat is, so I have to have it like on a separate window. And if I change, Windows, or I open up the internet or something, then it sometimes gets lost. And then I don't look at it for a while, and then it's all fucked. I don't really know what these ribbons are. I just think that I like them, so they're here. They don't really have like a purpose, really, other than they just sort of bridge the background together a little bit. I suppose it could be like the magic that's like bringing the undead as alive. Could be that. Could be that. I just like the look of it. So it stays. come on, man. How did you nail it? It's just lucky. Streamer luck. But those guys, they were just gonna rest in peace. Yeah, shame. Get resurrected, idiot. You know. Capitalism will do that to you. Yeah, exactly. Oh, you thought you were dead, bro? Oh, you thought you could die and not pay off your mortgage? When you signed up for that, like, generational mortgage? Uber, what's up, my dude? Uber's here. How you doing this fine Friday, mate? Doing all right. How are you? I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm looking forward to the weekend. We are just a few more hours of painting away from not looking at the computer for the weekend, so that is good. So we're just doing some rapid painting today to get this one finished. I mean, we will get it finished. Any big plans? Yeah, I'm going for a hike, and I'm also going on a 100k bike ride as well. So while it's not like the most relaxing weekend, it's a weekend of being outside. So that'd be nice. Just trying to get some nice clouds going. Just some nice clouds, a bit of texture, and then I'll like knock the values of it back slightly lighter again, so that we have like really nice like maximum contrast, you know. Maximum. Bushido Angelo. What am I cooking? I'm cooking lunch. Big lunch. Welcome to the Alex Heath cookout. Yeah, you can definitely do it with practice, my guy. It's 100% within reach. Just gotta put the hours in. The brush is literally just like a round brush squashed. You can make it really simple. The brush ain't gonna help you. Let's put it that way. existential skelly. He's like, but why? This may be asked before, but how are you managing the layers in this piece right now, especially with the skeletons? Okay, yeah, I can go through them. These front skeletons, they are all one layer with like some extra painting bit to sort of blend them in over the top, but it's 2 layers basically. Let's put that on red. Yeah, so that's those guys. That's 2 layers, which is for them. Everything's pretty much like that. Then the character is like all of these layers clipped to her. So that's her. And her hair is a separate shape behind her. I always tend to keep like hair separate because I might want to like mess around with it. These middle ground skeletons, they're all 1 layer. And then there's like layers in between, which are just like noise and dust and stuff. So there's like a few brush strokes like behind. The skeletons at the back, the ribbons are a layer. The skeletons at the back of these layers, again, they're just these shapes. And then the background, the moon is on a separate layer. You see? And then we've got some like clouds in front of the moon. And we got like clouds in layers behind. But it's not that many. So essentially all the main elements are separate from each other. And then I collapse them down as soon as I don't need them to be separate anymore. Thank you. I was curious if the dust was painted on separate layers, but it seems some of them are on the same layer as the skeletons. Everything looks really clean, cool and clean. I like the colors. Layer management is something I struggle a lot with, especially when I use soft versus hard light and blending. Yeah. I will make... This is what I do. Everything in the picture is kind of like this. Okay. Okay, so I have line work in the beginning, Then I make flats, which is a flat shape that sits under the line work. Okay. And then any adjustment layers, I will clip to this. So I have multiply. I have a multiply layer for my shadow, and then any light source will be separate as like a linear dodge add layer, for example. Okay, this light source here, if I had a separate light source, it would be on its own linear dodge add. Let's just make it a different color. Yeah, all these light sources. And then on top of this is when I would sort of start painting, you know, on like normal layers or other adjustment layers. You know, I might do some painting, model the forms, whatever it is, you know. And then I might, on top of this, have, say, like a color dodge. You know, for certain things, right? So I've got all of this on there. But what I will do at a certain point is I'll just flatten all of this down. I'll get rid of the line work. And then I have this flat. And that's kind of where we're at with a lot of the things in the image right now. Is like those skeletons, they've been painted. So I just flatten them down now. So that's why they're all one layer. At some point, the skeleton and the dust on top of it were separate while I figure them out. But then once they're done, I just flatten them. And that way they're easier to work with. If I need to resize one, it's easy, all of that. And that just keeps the layers clean and clear. For example, her layers right now are like separated out, so I can turn them on and off, right? That's the flats. That's the shadow. That's the mouth. That's the makeup. This is the sort of ambient occlusion and soft shadow modeling. This is the moonlight source. This is the sort of sky reflection. This is color dodge, so just introducing reflections or any sort of light effects. This is the gold trim on the outfit. And then these are like the sort of gold coins and details above. Yeah, it's like this. I'll do it here actually. So if I make a new layer on top of everything, because I want to do some like magic effects or something, and I put it on color dodge. If I then paint color dodge here, it does this, right? If I untick transparency layer shapes, it does this. I can zoom in on it. So color dodge like this is pretty shit. It doesn't look very good. Okay. But if I turn off transparency layer shapes, now you see I get this like halation on the edge. And then that's how I can make stuff look really nice and get like a good sort of magic-y look to it. And again, if I turn this off, it's like this. See? Much nicer. Yo, Sir Cats, what is up? Mattiot56, thanks for the follow. But yeah, uh, if you wanna like really in-depth version of my process, I mean like excruciating detail. Um, if you navigate to the YouTube link that's on the Twitch page, you will see, yeah, YouTube. If you click on that, is a playlist. That playlist will take you to my YouTube channel, where I have a playlist of like all the streams that I've done, and streams 21, 22, and 23 are what you're looking for, and that is like the most in-depth explanation of my process, layers, literally everything I do in an illustration, start to finish, with a follow-on example that you can look at. So there's about, I don't know how long those streams are. I think it's like about 6, maybe more hours worth of tutorial on the subject. I go into, like I said, excruciating detail. Happy to be finishing a character today that I've been working on. That's very, very good. Very cool. We too are going to finish this today. But yeah, in that example, we paint this image that I'll bring up, just to give you an example. Okay, we paint this image start to finish, going through all of the layers and everything. There's basically a tutorial about every single part of this. How we do the magic effects, lighting, how to manage multiple light sources, all the layers, everything explained, and you get to see the entire painting start to finish. There isn't a bit that is missed out. So yeah, it is honestly as comprehensive a tutorial as I could do live, about the process that I use to go through painting and illustration. And it's free. I'll add. It's free. You hear that? It's free. Big believer on the less is more when it comes to faces. Like, I try and keep the painting of this as simple as possible. I'm really just painting the planes, making sure that the hue shifts make sense, but otherwise I'm letting the drawing of the face speak for itself. I found, especially when doing a view of the head like this, where you're looking at it from below, simple information goes much further to explaining it than overcomplicating it. I think the tendency is to kind of over-explain everything, all the planes, etc., and it can be a real mess in the end. You just let the drawing of the face do the heavy work, and you just define planes. Bro, this brush is the default round brush from Photoshop. This is the default round brush, right? There is nothing spectacular about it. So yeah, what I mean about letting the drawing of the face like speak for itself is and especially when you have a complicated angle. You know, if you've got the head
Okay. Yeah, if you've got the head like this, right? In this angle. Or any angle that's like, you know, quite an off angle, right? It doesn't need to be this angle in particular, but I tend to find this problem arises from from below, or you know, a kind of a tilt like this. This is where the problem can arise. Okay. So you got something like this. Let this drawing, this orientation of you know, the features and so on, let that do the heavy lifting in terms of the angle. Don't over describe everything in the render, because you'll run into issues. You will end up creating planes and such that starts to tell a different story about the head. The things, the planes that you should be concerned about are like in this case, your side plane and then your front plane. Okay? Those are the two things that need to read in this, and let the drawing show you the orientation of everything else. Okay? You can then subdivide into like other planes, but you want to be really careful that you do that. I would also say keep the contrast low. So if I have this guy's head like this, and this is going to be the side plane. Okay, and I just have this plane that the eye's sitting in, and the nose, right? Keep the contrast between these things low, okay? You don't want huge contrast between these. It's going to be like very difficult, because you're going to have to start describing everything. Let the drawing hold it together and keep the contrast low. Then you could have like a strong rim light to just pick out the side or the top or whatever, right? But don't over describe these planes, and don't go and starting to describe like every single miniature plane in the face. That you will run into issues this way. So keep the contrast low, think of the major planes, and only introduce a second plane if you really need it. Like if you really need this or you really need this. But if you are going to do it, keep the contrast between them very, very low. Don't over describe them. So you see here, the contrast between like this plane and like this one and this one is all very, very low, right? Similarly here, like this and this and this and this. The contrast is very low. I'm letting the drawing of the face tell you about the orientation. And then I'm basically describing the Vassario head, but very low contrast. You know, it's kind of low enough that some of the planes are only hue shifts. Some of them are only showing up as a change in color rather than a value. And this way, the facial expression and the face itself is uncluttered. Like we have this light defining this plane, and then we have this light defining these planes. But it holds up really strongly as we zoom out. And like the face is uninterrupted with all these other values that could be in there. So it still reads well small, and it's not over complicated. Okay, it's just keeping its yeah, keeping its simplicity. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly like that. I was talking about this at the start. Okay. You have this beautifully like foreshortened arm, but this insertion at the elbow is described pretty much in hue rather than value so much. It's preserving the overall light shape and just explaining this with a slight value shift, but it's mainly a hue shift through here. And it's just, it keeps it very simple. It's not over describing it. We're not using value like this. To describe the arm. If we use value like this, you see how we interrupt the flow of the light. This preserves a light shape that is over the whole figure, okay? This preserves a very nice, like, graphic light shape. You know, that's all here. If we start breaking it up, we break that up. You see it as well on the face when I zoom out. This plane versus this plane is really all that's being described. So that when we zoom out, you see it. We're not over describing every single plane of the face. We're just saying like, okay, these planes face down, these ones aren't getting light. And that's really what he's playing into. And it's simplifying everything. And then it can be very effective in that manner. But when people say that you should study like the planes of the face or the Vasaro, is it called the Vasaro head? Asaro head. Derp. Yeah, when people are like, you should study the planes of the head, and they always point to this. This is what they're talking about. You see how low the contrast is in all of the light planes on the front of the face. There is contrast between these planes, right? Between here and here and here, and between here and here and here, you know? But overall, if you were to like let your eyes go out of focus, the light shape is one thing and the shadow shape is another. And the relationship to the values within those two groups don't mix. So the shadows are preserved and the lights are preserved. And this lets you get a very clear and graphic read on the head and the way that it's facing. So don't over describe the planes, because you will do what's called over modeling, and that will ultimately complicate your image and leads to a lot of issues within painting portraits as well. Like, let me just paint on this for a second and over describe the planes, right? Now, like, I won't do a bad job. Like, I'm not going to do a bad job of this for the sake of a demonstration. It's more to show you what happens if you over model and over divide the face into like all the smaller planes that you're seeing. And so if we over describe all of the forms, we lose this like cleanliness, and we don't let the drawing speak for itself to give us the orientation. It becomes like very disjointed, and we have too much contrast, and we have no planes that are kind of coalescing together to give us the impression of the light. We just have like subdivision all the way down, and this, you know, ultimately causes it to feel over-modeled and like mushy. Whereas something like this, you know, it keeps it assembled. The planes are clear, there's not too many of them, and if we do have distinction, that there is very low contrast, and in some cases literally just a hue shift. Like we go from here to here. We go from like slightly more saturated, kind of pinky grey, to basically grey across there. All of these are like hue shifts. Like here it's like red, and here is more purple, but very desaturated, you know. And that jump, you see how they're all clustered together. I have a question. What the resolution you put for the project? I think this is 4,000 pixels. Yeah, it's 4,000 wide, and 2,798 tall. Do you apply this everywhere? We see it in the face and body as you show. What about inorganic and other objects? Yeah, I mean, same thing really. Everything is kind of considered like that. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, do you know what I want to put on? Jewel. If you're there, this is another mix that you might like. Yeah. Like, let's say, for example, I'll open something up from the other day. See how the drawing is basically all that's speaking for the face, and there's some like subtle modeling in there to give us the planes, but the drawing is speaking for it, is doing the heavy lifting, you know.
Yeah, when I zoom in, it is pixely too. Photoshop does this at a certain level of zoom. It basically shows you the individual pixels. Also, if you're painting on like an old Cintiq or a different brand with a different screen resolution as well, it's going to show up differently. Yeah, you don't need to work like especially big. Having stuff like super big is really overrated. It's just very cumbersome to work on as well. Like I do all my work on a laptop, so and some of the images I work on are like 10,000 pixels wide, and it's just unnecessary. Like I will have to make smart objects for like everything in the image and like paint them in separate files and just merge them back in. Well, you don't even merge them back in, just paint it in separate files. That's the beauty of the smart object. But I would never just sit there with a 10,000 pixel file open and navigate all around it. Yo. What's up, Lieutenant? What's good? What's good? Having my coffee and waking up still. What did I miss? I guess just more painting. I guess that's what you missed. This guy's still screaming. The other guy's still having an existential crisis. How many years have I been drawing? Let's just say I started taking it seriously when I was 21. So, well, maybe 20, I guess. So, almost 20 years. But I have been drawing in some capacity like all my life, really. I drew as a kid and so on. We're getting schooled today. Yeah, there's been some lessons. Would it be helpful? I'm sure it would help people. I don't doubt how helpful it is, but it's not something I'm gonna do. Let's put it that way. It's too much to think about while I'm actually streaming. Do you know what I mean? Yoink. Yeah, I was just checking in case it would be annoying to just have a bunch of timestamps on the VOD comments. No, I don't think it's annoying. To be honest, does anyone actually even watch the VODs? I know there's a few of you that probably do, but I don't know. Don't know that anyone actually even watches them. I miss half of every stream, it seems, because of time difference, so I'd for sure appreciate that. Okay. Yeah, I know you two do. You two are studying the blade, you know? You know. You know, look, girl got those acrylics on. I do too. Alright, nice. I go back and rewatch them for revision so I can add timestamps whenever I do that. Hey, Sarah, by all means, go for it. That is extremely helpful of you. It's got priorities straight. Yeah, exactly. You got it. You got it. Look good, feel good, you know? This is a remix of a track by a, I guess, like a producer called EDIT. I'll play you some afterwards. It's pretty sick. Yeah, she's like, yo, I'm gonna go resurrect all of those dead guys out in that field of ash. But first, I gotta get my nails did. Gotta get my nails did, because not resurrecting the undead and having goddamn gardener's nails, you know. No way. Was rewatching episode 1 the other day and you start like, I'm going to make clips of all the tutorials and upload them separately. He lied as easily as he breathed. Yeah, well, I did intend to do that in the beginning, but then I started streaming so much that I was like, I have 20 streams and I haven't even began to do this. So it was a lie. You're right. One of the skillies was a former nail technician. Yeah. He was like, girl. I'm glad you resurrected me because your nails are shit, girl. Would be actually insane to do, to be fair. Yeah, it would. Nail chromancy. Rest in polish. Damn. Damn. Oh, yeah. We got some sharp ladies in the crowd, I tell you. The ladies knows. This is making me want to get my nails done. Lol. I can't have my hands done because work doesn't allow colour, but I can get a pedi. Damn, work doesn't allow you to get your nails did. I guess it's impractical for whatever you're doing, I guess. Yeah, the army used to allow natural nude colours, but they changed it again, and now we can only have clear. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. I guess that makes sense, in a way. As in, like, not having your nails done. probably somewhat a limiting factor. Stolen valor. Have you ever included 3D in your workflow? Yes, I have. Uh, it is a big part of my workflow for certain things, and yeah, it's been in my workflow for years. Especially helpful for bigger pieces and environments. Yeah, whenever I have like client work and they provide me with 3D, I will use it as well. It is a very helpful tool to speed up the process of certain things, and yeah, super efficient as well for certain parts of illustrations. I really recommend learning some 3D if you want to be an illustrator. It will help you a lot. It also frees you up to spend more time on the bits you enjoy about the process as well. Oh yeah, Forrest Gump's a classic. It'll make you laugh, it'll make you cry. Yeah, the 3D, I use Blender and 3D Coat. 3D Coat is just excellent, like fast modeling tool, voxel based. Yeah, really, really good, especially for how I use 3D. It's perfect. And yeah, Blender is, I really like Blender for setting up scenes and lights, and basically using that to sort of get renders, but also for posing mannequins. There's some really great mannequins available that you can use and pose in Blender, and I just like, it's very simple setting up scenes and lights and stuff in there, so I use that. Oh yeah, sorry, itchy eye. But nice. How how come do you use 3D? What was what was the what was the purpose of the question? This cloud's really bothering me. Yeah, I think the 3D learning curve is pretty steep in the beginning, honestly, especially if you've never used it before or like unfamiliar with it. In like the workflow and everything, it can be like, what the fuck is going on? I totally understand that. Yeah, it's a little bit intimidating in that sense. But I think also finding a 3D program that kind of works with your sensibilities can be a good way to go as well. That's what I gravitated towards 3D Coat, because it actually is a very similar workflow to 2D, like the way that you can just kind of sketch and build, like voxel-based programs. I find are much better for me in that sense, especially because I don't need to make like super clean assets or anything. I'm literally just making reference for the most part. So yeah, voxels is kind of much easier to understand than like poly modeling, which I just never have done or enjoyed. ZBrush is alright, but the UI is a massive headache. And if you are unfamiliar with like 3D, it's gonna put you off. Whereas 3D Coat is kind of set out like Photoshop, so it's not such a massive leap. Yeah, the ZBrush UI is, I don't really know what the ethos was there. Got to find the tool that suits you. Couldn't get my head around Maya and 3ds Max, then clicked with ZBrush, which I could translate back to Blender. Yeah, for sure. ZBrush UI sucks. I followed Free ArtStation Learning tutorial series that covered most of what I needed in ZBrush. Because I was just wondering if it is a good investment if... Bianca, thank you for the follow. Because I was just wondering, it's a good investment if I avail a short course for 3D class, but it's not specifically on how it should be integrated to any of 2D or illustration workflow. It's just basics of how to use or navigate the software. Yeah, I mean, you could even if it's for illustration, right? You're still going to have to learn how to navigate the software. So I wouldn't say that it's altogether like a bad thing to do, at all. But knowing how to specifically use it for illustration, I think, would just help you limit the scope of what you actually need to know from the program, because you don't need a really intense knowledge of 3D to use it for illustration. You could get away with some fairly basic knowledge, and then kind of just learn bits as and when you need to further that. This is looking amazing. Thank you, Bianca Camellia. Thanks very much. The thing with ZBrush is that they didn't remove the legacy setting after they update. They just add new things, and yeah. To be honest though, it was always like that though. Like, I had ZBrush 2. You know, I bought it on disc way back when, and like the UI was awful then. Let me bring up some. I've done this before, so apologies to anyone that as this is repeating, but just for Schneis Flakes here, just to get a feel for what is 3D. In my process, we'll just go through some images quickly so you can understand like what is, and then he knows the ancient scrolls. Keyblade 3D. This dagger thing that's flying around 3D. This Picatinny rail and the body of the gun 3D. Oh. The knuckles and this front part of the fist 3D. The hammer and these elements, the base of them is 3D. Oh my god. And so on. So yeah, the hammers, the ninja stars here, the basic setup for this. So the arrowheads themselves are 3D, but everything else is painted. But the arrowheads are like, this would be a complicated thing to draw out and get right. 3D, and then there's a lot of 3D stuff down here, but in the illustrations it is usually like either the weapon or, you know, some kind of geometric shape or something that is going to get foreshortened into the camera, or like a repeatable element that's going to be all the way around the image. You know, that kind of a thing. It's not an awful lot, so you don't need to like know 3D super crazy. You just need to know how to make, you know,
Also, there's so many things that you can download, like free 3D models that you can download that you don't necessarily even need to model something. You just need to know how to like put it into Blender, resize it, and turn the lights on and off, add lights to a scene, and that kind of stuff. That you could get away with that kind of basic knowledge for a while. Thing is, when you start using it a little bit in your process, you actually like find a little, you find little things that you're like, oh, I'd like to know how to do this. I'd like to know how to do this, and kind of helps you create stuff in your illustrations. Like I was quite into it because I was like, ooh, it enables me to like render out a space that I can paint over for environments. Kind of unlocked a whole new avenue for me. A BMTH remix? Yeah, you're... can I ask you something? I'm currently trying to find an internship as a concept artist. Do you have any advice? Do I have any advice? I mean, obviously, have a portfolio. When you reach out to companies, like tailor your portfolio towards what they do. So, if let's just say it's League of Legends, right? Just Riot, just as an example. Make sure all the work in your portfolio that you're showing them is like relevant to what they do. That you don't show them loads of stuff that is irrelevant. Have something in your portfolio that is directly related to the studios that you're looking for or looking to get work from. And yeah, I guess just keep applying. An internship is a difficult thing to get for sure, and I would definitely look at smaller studios as well. You're more likely to get an internship at smaller studios, indie studios, and so on, than like a big AAA studio. Yeah, and just I don't know. That's all I got, I guess. Do you think it's important for an artist to know certain fundamentals before incorporating 3D in, or do you think it doesn't really matter too much? Like with the arrow one, like knowing where they would exist in space or how to draw them in before using something in Blender. I think it certainly helps to have an idea of, perspective and so on before you jump into 3D, because you can still make mistakes in 3D by not understanding certain fundamentals. I think certain fundamentals, like understanding perspective to a certain degree and stuff like that, is just going to make your time in 3D a bit easier, and it's going to, you'll be able to use it to the best of your ability to get the results you want. I've seen some people do what I do in 3D is, put weapons in there and put them in perspective and this, that, and the other, because they don't understand how it should look anyway. They're using 3D, but they're still, it's not helping them. It's just like highlighting the problem even more, especially for ellipses, right? If you've got ellipses in space, if you don't know what that should have looked like anyway, I've seen so many like 3D in like illustration where they're like, oh, I'm going to use it to sort my ellipses out. but then the ellipses are in the wrong perspective because they just don't understand how they should look. So I think, yeah, there's definitely an amount that you should know, but you will also, it works the other way. 3D can really help you learn perspective very well, especially when it comes to like camera lenses as well. Found Blender's very helpful for setting up a scene and then changing the focal length of the camera, and you really get an understanding of like, oh, this is what's going on. Like, it's definitely always going to help to know more. Yeah, it's definitely going to help to have some fundamental knowledge. But that shouldn't stop you getting into it. I have different portfolios to try and organize everything. I've been thinking that maybe I should wait for September because with vacations so close by, maybe the studios aren't as receptive to receiving more people. Hey, I would just apply regardless and just reapply and reapply and reapply. You don't know what's going on at studios and how they work or anything like that to just to be like, oh, maybe this is the better time. Just apply and keep applying. Okay. People take vacations at studios all year round. There isn't like, oh, we're all on holiday for this month. It doesn't really work like that. People are away all year round. You know, there is no bad time to apply. There's no good time to apply. Just apply. And if you don't hear anything, reapply. And if you update your portfolio, reapply. And, you know, you just keep being on it. It's something that you just have to keep doing. The best thing you can do, I think, is go to events and talk to people face to face. Set up portfolio review sessions with artists from studios that you want to work for at events, and go and talk to them face to face. Get the advice face to face. You know, give them your card, give them your portfolio, and yeah, make yourself known IRL. I think it's like really, really the best way to get yourself out there and start making connections and eventually maybe even getting work. Like, it has helped the most in my career to like meet people face to face at events, and talk to people, hang out with people. It's just much more nicer, like human way to meet people. And also you can get past the first stage, which is like, do you pass the vibe check? You know, obviously portfolio is important, but if it comes to like working in a studio with people, the vibe check is much more important. You know, if someone is good to work with, or like seems chill and easy to get on with, like you will learn so much as an intern. They're not expecting you to be like fully developed. You hire an intern to teach them on the job, and you know, you're banking on them being a good learner and it being a value for money proposition for the studio, right? Initially, you get interns in because you're like, okay, we want someone that's going to learn quick. We can teach them our way of doing stuff, and you know, therefore they're not going to be that expensive, and eventually they will be like too good for the role and still be being paid as an intern. You know what I mean? That's the value proposition for the studio. So what's more important is that they meet you in person, you pass the vibe check, and you can show your like willingness and keenness to learn and get involved, and you know, then it's on them. Already sent like 30 something applications in 2 weeks, but I'll keep trying. I was also thinking about going directly to the studio to put face to the artist instead of just being another mail. Thank you so much. Yeah, honestly, it is a bit of a troll. You know, you'll get a lot of no replies and so on. You just gotta keep grinding at it. It is a thing in and of itself, but if you can get to an event where they're doing portfolio reviews, do that. Book yourself in. Go talk to people. It makes such a difference. People that I end up hiring on projects are a lot of the time people that I have met in person, or I have worked with on previous jobs, and I'm like, yeah, this person can do what I need them to do, but also I know I can work with them. We've worked together previously. I know how they work. They know how I work, et cetera, et cetera. And then, yeah, you know, people that I've met either IRL or like online are, you know, usually the people that I would go to first if I'm looking for something. You know, there's one guy, for example, that used to watch the stream. Used to watch the stream a lot, and you know, we would talk and we're quite active, and then we used to play video games together, and he was learning, you know, and eventually his like portfolio was at that point where it was like, oh cool, like yeah, this guy's really put in the work, and like he's getting really good. And I was able to then hire a junior for my project that I was on. And he was one of the first people that I went to, because I was like, I already know how I can work with this guy. We play video games together. Like, we get on. He knows how I work. He knows what I'm looking for, et cetera, et cetera. And, you know, then it works out that way. Are there people out there with better portfolios? Absolutely. Absolutely. But do I know them? No. Do I know how they work? No. Do I know how long everything in their portfolio really took them? No. When I wanted to work at a photography studio, I went in after I sent my application online and brought my resume and handed it to the manager. It got me the job. Yeah, nice. I hear that kind of thing a lot, actually. Like going in person being like a very, very good way to approach this stuff. It's kind of what I'm saying, I guess. Portfolio reviews have been a big game changer for me when it comes to studios. You get tailored feedback, and it feels motivating to notice that
someone's kind of rooting for you to come back with better work next time. Yeah, exactly. I say thank you very much for everyone's advice. I appreciate it a lot. Yeah, no probs. Okay, give me 1 sec. Yeah, just keep working on your skills as well. Like if you send all this stuff out this time and you don't get anything back, you know, that more than likely, because a lot of places won't give you feedback, unfortunately. But more than likely, it's that your portfolio was looked at and they were like, no, this is not what we're looking for, or it's not good enough yet. And the best thing you can do in the meantime is just keep working on your skills. Keep working on your fundamental skills. Don't keep making portfolio images. Like, direct most of your time to studies, and then every now and again make a new portfolio image to kind of benchmark yourself. But yeah, don't over focus on making portfolio pieces. Instead, work on your fundamentals. Sorry, I'm just opening stuff up here. 1 sec. Study the blade. Sorry, I'll put Photoshop back on in a second. I'm just grabbing some stuff. I need to do a benchmark piece, but I'm procrastinating for real. I need to just buckle down and do it. Yeah, do it. Get it done. No better time than to lock in with Uncle Heath. Paint while I'm painting, you know? But then it's like we're painting together, which maybe is frightening. Didn't realize that can maybe just comes across as frightening. Okay, I'm just very quickly going to go to the bathroom and to put the kettle on. I'm going to come back and look at these and then decide like what else I still want to do to all of them. But I'll leave them with you for 5 minutes. I'll just go and sort everything out. All right, BRB. I'm back. I'm back. All right. I got a little bit of cereal for lunch, like an adult. But it means I can stay on stream. So it's gonna have like a small break from painting whilst I eat. But I'll chat to you guys. I'll answer some questions and so on. And I'm just gonna look at these whilst we're doing that, and I'll sort of decide what I want to do to any of them to like finish them up a little bit. But yeah, pretty crazy week's progress, I think. Really glad that we got all the way through these. So thanks for keeping me accountable, guys. It's been a productive week. Yeah, cereal's the best. I'm not making a fourth because I already have a ton of landscape paintings that would, serve quite well as being an example of like a land card. So I already have those in my portfolio, so it's not like something I need to paint. No, I've not done a item card, but I'm not going to have time. All of these have got to get sent out like Monday latest, so. Existential skeleton is my favorite little Easter egg right now. Yeah, Jonah, I'm going to post them online and do that kind of usual stuff, but I do have some friends and colleagues that have worked with Magic or currently work with Magic. We also had Daniel Cotter on earlier in the chat, who's got his first card out with Magic, and so yeah, I've got some contacts to email directly, some art directors to contact, and yeah, I'm going to talk to some friends who currently work with Magic and see if there's anything that they recommend that I do, or people that I should get my work in front of, and basically just get on the grind that way. But yeah, next week we already start on some new work. So that'll be good. So I'm almost done with the cereal. I'm trying to munch it as quick as possible. How long was the gap between making the Riftbound card art and it being public printed? It's funny you should say that. That artwork I painted like 6 years ago. So what happened is 6 or 7 years, well, probably like 7 years ago, I was approached by Riot to work on Legends of Runeterra, the digital game. So I painted a number of artworks for that. But then, what was it like? I don't know. Earlier this year, or like end of last year, or when they were going to stop continuing to work on Runeterra, and they announced Riftbound, which was going to be like the physical card game, and it plays differently to Runeterra. I believe it's not the same, but they shipped a lot of artworks from Runeterra over to Riftbound. Also, lots of League splashes and Wild Rift artworks. So it wasn't made recently. It was just recently I found out, oh, one of my artworks was shipped over. And so I just ordered. So I got the cards, right? So that was that. But I'm going to be doing some new artworks. But again, the artworks that they'll do, they probably won't be out until like this time next year or something. There's a long lead time. Okay, so yeah, and I think that set that mine was in was released like it was the beginning set. It was the very first set that came out with the game, so I think it's been a physical card for like as long as Riftbound's been out. I just wasn't aware of it. Yeah, I've got them here. I got a whole stack of them. Got a whole stack of them right here. And there's a whole bunch here. Pretty sick. Yeah. Yeah, which is cool. Very cool. All right, so let's get back to it. Let's leave this one for a sec. Yeah, we'll leave this one for a second because I want to go back to this one and just work into the background a little bit. I feel like it needs some shape, some breakup, some breakup. Yeah, it is very cool. It is very cool. I mean, it's like part of the reason that, you know, I really want to get involved and work on Magic the Gathering is like, it's just always been on my sort of career bucket list to work with them and like have a the physical work out there, and to play with it and like have that deck with my card in it. Like that would just be career dream, honestly. It's one thing like you know, playing a video game and something you've designed is in it, or an illustration that you've done is in the game. That's really cool to see and like very exciting. But to actually like hold it and see it, I don't know, it just feels different. It just feels different. Don't know why exactly. There's just something about it. Makes it a bit more real, I guess. Did you ever collect or play any TCGs? Yeah, I've got a few decks, Magic decks, and probably, I don't know, probably a few thousand Magic cards. Daisy and I used to play like every now and again. And this isn't the first time I've tried to get like work together to send to Magic. I've applied to Magic many times over the years. Let me show you. These are really, really old images, old digital paintings of mine, and these four. Hang on, this one as well, but I don't know if you don't know my login. But these were my Magic the Gathering portfolio back then. I had made these images to send. So there was this one, come off it. Yeah, this one and this one, which I think I've shown on stream before, that one. So this was years ago. This was, God knows. Oh, there you go, 2014. So this was 2014. And then the last time I applied was, let's see, 7 years ago, and that was with these images. So there was this one, this one. Oh, sorry, I went really quick there. Oh God. This one. This one. So wow, this is 9 years ago. This one. Yeah, this one as well. Yeah, so it's not the first time. This will be like the third or fourth time that I've tried over the years. Yeah, so this was like, these were the images that I made back then to do that, and then those previous ones were the images I made back then. So there's a lot of, you know, Magic the Gathering images that I'd made over the years. And I've worked on lots of different card games. Like I've worked on Mythgard, digital TCG. Yeah. So these are all Mythgard cards, and I've worked on Legends of Runeterra. I've also worked on Elder Scrolls Legends, which is the Elder Scrolls card game. Yeah, Mythgard, Elder Scrolls Legends, yeah, Riftbound, Legends of Runeterra. So yeah, we'll get it. We'll get it one day. We'll get it one day. One day. Got a favorite work? Croaker nuggets. A favorite piece of work that I've ever done? Yeah. Tough question. Tough question. I mean, I do enjoy a lot of them. I guess could have a look at a few. You enjoyed the most? This one, I really enjoyed doing this one. I felt like it was a kind of a big step for me. This one, it was a long time in the creation, and I did a lot of studies and stuff leading up to it. And as you can see from the GIF, it was really an experiment. Like the image, I didn't approach it so much with a process in mind. It was really like, I'm going to set out and try and make like a really, really high level kind of splash image. And I did a lot of studies in between. I would leave it for long periods of time and come back to it. And as you can see, there was a lot of changes and stuff going all the way through. It was just a really big learning experience. And I really enjoyed the outcome of it as well. It was one of those images that I finished and I didn't hate it. Yeah, and actually it's you can see it here animated. So yeah, it's a fave for sure. This one I really enjoyed painting. This was like, it came together really well. So yeah, I enjoyed that one a lot. I mean, all of the personal works I enjoyed. But yeah, I've got to say that this one's probably one of my faves for that. In terms of like work images, I can't really show you any, so, but I've got some images that I've made on various projects that you might see at some point, which I'm very proud of, but also I think turned out really, really awesome as well. Got a lurk in a work call. All right, don't know. Do you photo bash at all, or do you mostly paint? It's mostly painting now. Yeah, I've worked on projects where photo bashing, is like required and needed. And sometimes I will still use photos a little bit in the background. Like, for example, this started as a photo. The storm in the background was like a very low resolution photo. And then it's been like entirely painted into. But is this even the photo down here? Let's have that. Yeah, this is the photo that was in the background. So yeah, but yeah, I did a lot of photo bashing, especially as a concept artist, working on like realistic games. For example, when we worked on The Division, all of these, there's a lot of like photo bash and 3D bash that goes into these. And that's just, the game is realistic, right? So it requires it. Yeah, it requires it. Very good at blending things into the scene. Yeah, thanks. I think people think photo bashing is easy. It's not. It's easy to do badly, and I'm not like especially amazing at it, but there is a real knack to it to make things work, like to be able to seamlessly blend 3D photos, painting, texture brushes. There is a real art to it, Yeah, if you want to paint this, go ahead. Yeah, see you later. It's not happening. In concepting, you 100% should be using every tool at your disposal to do it. Production artwork doesn't look pretty. It's not finished most of the time. Like, I think a lot of stuff on ArtStation that is like, oh, this is concept art. Do you know, I've worked on games where we do the concept art, and then they come back and they say, "Hey, we're making an art book. Can you overpaint all of these concepts so that they look finished and better because they're going in the art book?" And then they'll go in the art book as concept art, and they're not, because the production art doesn't look like that, you know. But like on this one, you know, there's painting, like these trees in the background. There's texture brush stuff, which is like these kind of textures in here. There's photo bashing. There's 3D. There's all sorts going on. Like the classic photo bashing of a photo under high sunlight in the shadow, yeah. Yeah. Yep. But yeah, it's a thing. But I don't get it. Some people are just a bit weird with stuff. Some people are just like, I hate 3D. I'm not using it in illustration. Like, okay, I mean, you don't have to, but also, you're just going to limit what you're able to do. And production art is, well, concept art, but production art, especially like production illustrations and stuff, that they're just meant for production. They're not pretty pictures. They're never meant to be pretty pictures and paintings. I think stuff that gets posted on ArtStation as concept art is a lot of the time stuff that's been like touched up again and reworked, because a lot of production stuff is just not like that. So it's quite funny to see like these like super finished, quote unquote, concept art for something, and you're like, okay, sure, buddy. I know what the pipeline looks like, you know. A lot of very unpretty stuff. But it's because the purpose of it is different. Concept design is design first. It's not art. It's not, I should say it is an art, but it's not, its purpose is not to be a pretty picture. It is to solve a design problem. And therefore it will very often not be finished or like have a nice high fidelity to it in the end. You solve the problem and then you're moving on to the next problem and you're solving that. A lot of you know, essentially very ugly artwork if it's judged on artwork standards. How much do you cater portfolio pieces to an IP style? So for example, I'm painting these to send to Magic the Gathering, right? Magic the Gathering doesn't really have a style. It has, you know, many different styles under the hood. You know, there's really super graphic stuff. There's much more stylized stuff. There's really detailed stuff. There's 3D. There's 2D. You know, there's traditional media. There's digital media. You know, there's all sorts. So for something like that, I'm just painting in my style for that. But I've worked on projects where, yeah, like you're matching a style that already exists, or you're creating a style that isn't yours necessarily. And yeah, I wouldn't send like my photo bashing stuff to Riot Games, for example, if I wanted to do illustration for them. Do you know what I mean? They don't need to see that. 100% tailor what you're sending out to people. Whilst I just put everything on ArtStation, but I don't use ArtStation as my portfolio. Like, I would send images specifically so that they just see what I want them to see. ArtStation for me is just like a scrapbook, right? Everything's just there. It's in one place. I can grab it. I can point someone there if I had to, but ideally not. But people can search and do it. You see what I mean? So yeah, the answer is I cater it. Dan Rob, yo, 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 yo. What's up, G? How do you send it? Like a PDF, the curated images? Yeah, or just JPEG attachments. Or if I'm on ArtStation and the person I'm contacting is on ArtStation, then I just put all the JPEGs. How long would it take you to finish a piece of illustration? Is there a specific time frame for that? Well, like for example, this is like 2.5 days. Same with all of these. All of these are about 2.5 days each. For something like this, if we take out all the time that you're waiting for like client feedback and stuff like that, I could probably finish something like this in a couple of weeks. But if we're talking about like iterations and thumbnails and client feedback and all that kind of stuff, then about a month, about 4 weeks, or 20 working days to finish something like this. I'll show you. Yeah, so something like this is we were working on for just over a month, for example. And there was several people working on it, but yeah, mainly like 3 or 4 of us, and it just over a month. You're not too slow. Like I said, the speed isn't important. When your skills are at a point that you know you're making stuff that is client ready, or that people are like willing to purchase from you, then you're already quick enough. It's no one's ever going to ask me for this in 2 days. It's just I can do it in that time. Do you see what I mean? 20 days is sometimes your maximum. Like 20 days is a pretty sort of standard deadline, but for example, some illustrations I've worked on and off for like over a year because the deadline is like really far away, and we just keep iterating on things and maybe come back to it and so on. It's not we don't have to, there's no deadline, so we just keep coming back to it over a year and updating it and changing it and so on. Ever tried traditional media? It'd be cool to see one of your illustrations in oil or acrylic. Yeah, I started in traditional media. I transitioned to digital was, how it worked for me. So I already have a lot of experience as an oil painter, as a draftsman. Like, yeah, I got that. I would love to sort of take this, for example, and paint it in oils. I think this would be a nice one to copy and try and recreate in oils. Just it's simple. It's kind of simple enough to do to get back into it, but don't think I'll be doing that anytime soon. Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. I feel like the Tyler Jacobson, Chris Rahn route of MTG artist in real media seems very rewarding. Commission rate, online auction sales. Yeah, I totally see that. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. Materials are expensive. Yeah, they are and they aren't. Like, I think there's a big setup cost initially, but some of the paints I've had for years. You don't use a ton, especially if you're being sensible about like what sizes you're painting in. Yeah, I did character design for Hitman and Mafia 3. What else did I do character design on? I can't remember now. But yeah, I started as a concept artist, so I did a lot of character design and environment stuff. I even did some weapon design. I've done all sorts, honestly. And that's why I'm firmly confident in the fact that I know that I'm very much an illustrator. I didn't enjoy so much being a concept artist, I've got to say. It's not the job that I thought it was. You're really addicted to Mafia 3. Yeah, I did all sorts of character design for that. Even did a load of vehicle design. We designed a ton of the cars for Mafia 3. Because we had all these like period cars from the sort of time period, and we had to like redesign them so that they were copyright safe. So yeah, we did a lot of redesigning of old cars to be like safe for copyright, but still be something like the car. But yeah, we did a ton of character designs for that. And Hitman, I forget which one it is. I think it's like the more open world one that they did. I don't know what it was called though. But it's the one that's got like the big fashion show that you have to infiltrate in it. But yeah, designed a load of characters for that. don't have those characters sheet on your art station, right? Is it because of copyright? Yeah, it's I did those when I was at a different studio, and I don't have the permissions to be able to show that stuff. Plus, it's what was I going to say? It's not stuff that I want to show on my portfolio now anyway, because it's illustration is all I really want to do. So putting up concept art from 10 years ago is not like something that I need to do. Yeah, a lot of stuff you'll never get permission for to show from the studios, and a lot of stuff you will, but yeah, like I said, it's production stuff as well. So like some of it is really not. It's not like cool. They're not like great to look at. It's a lot of just like rough photo bashing with a bit of overpainting and so on. In an art book. I'm trying to think. I've done some characters for like really stylized game as well, but I can't remember what game it was. But yeah, I've worked on close to 50 different IPs. I did lots of weapon design. I did one weapon for Destiny 2. But I did a ton of weapon design and skins for Lawbreakers. Don't know if you remember that. It kind of flopped, that game. But yeah, worked on Lawbreakers, doing weapons. Worked on XCOM 2. Did illustrations for XCOM 2. I'm going to show you some of those because they're already out. These are really bad as well. Yeah, okay, XCOM 2. I did this one. Oh man, there's not going to be like a big version of this anymore, is there? Really? You're going to do me like that? Well, anyway, I did this image. This is like a big mech cockpit, and it's all covered in plastic, and this person's like found it in the thing. And this is one of mine. Dead, rotting alien corpse. This one, alien in jail. That's one of mine. Again, this is years ago. Years and years and years ago. Okay, there's someone... Wait a second. Some of these are for like from the studio that I worked in. I didn't work on this one, but my colleague worked on this one. wish they had a bigger one of this somewhere. Anyway, that was a game. Did lots of illustrations for RuneScape. For Smite, for Paladins. Mobile Legends. Yeah, so many. Over the years. A lot of studios work with outsourcing, especially for illustrations as well, because it's not really cost effective for a game studio to have an illustrator on the payroll, right? You don't need an illustrator usually you don't need an illustrator all the way through a project. You would need them at the end of the project, or near the end, to make marketing artworks and in-game artworks and stuff like that. So you're not going to pay someone for 3 years to not really do much. And then so a lot of illustration is outsourced. And you'd be surprised, a lot of concept art is as well. A lot of concept art is outsourced. A lot of games companies obviously do have their own team, their concept art and stuff like that. But yeah, there is a lot of outsourced concept art, and it's stuff you'll never know about because a lot of companies don't want to advertise the fact that some stuff was not done in-house. But yeah, it's really not uncommon for illustration to be outsourced at all. But a lot of 3D assets are outsourced, like the main assets, your main character and your stuff like that will be in-house a lot of the time. But skins, NPCs, all that kind of stuff, they just outsource it to India or China. It's much cheaper, and they'll just do all the main stuff in-house. Yeah, some stuff is outsourced to studios. A lot of stuff is outsourced to studios, and some stuff is outsourced to individuals. I've worked on illustrations for games as an individual, outsourced by the studio. But you know, outsourcing tends to be like a bit more expensive than like you paying your employer their rate to do it, but you're sort of guaranteeing quality a lot of the time, and also you just get them on to do that specific thing, and then you're not working with them again or like anymore. So it's expensive as like a one-off cost if you think of it like that, but it's not expensive if you just sort of get them in as like a sort of a hit squad, do the job, do it really well, it's done quick, and then you get them again later when the services are needed again. You know what I mean? It's kind of like calling in SEAL Team 6, you know? But I've worked in outsourcing my entire career. Like I've never worked in-house for a game studio. It's always been either freelance or freelance but working through outsourcing. It's good. You get like a lot of variety of projects, usually, which is nice. You can specialize. Yeah, you can specialize, which is great. You know, to be able to like specialize into doing like stylized illustrations is not something you'd be able to do in-house. But as a freelancer / outsourcer, you can. How do you find opportunities? In the past, I've been found on ArtStation and just contacted that way. I've also been contacted through doing this stream before. And otherwise just applying directly to places that I want to work for. I send them images. And also by meeting people at events is a really big one. So a lot of people that I've met at events have, I get on with them at an event, we have a chat, I show them my work, and then when a project comes around that they're like, hey, we think this would really suit you, and then they get in contact and they're like, hey, remember we spoke at that event 2 years ago? Well, I'm back and I've got some work for you. That's been like the main one that's really helped, is just networking and meeting people. people see like a bazillion portfolios, right? If you can actually like meet someone in person and chat to them, we were talking about this earlier, but it's so beneficial. I think you have way more of a chance if you can meet people face to face. And like the industry is not massive. Like games is big, right? Games as a whole, but on the at the artist level, you know, there's not a ton of like people around, and you meet the same people over and over at events and stuff, and you get to know each other. And you work with people, and then you're like, that was a really good working experience. I'd work with that person again. I'd hire this person if I had a project that would suit them, that kind of thing. And there is a certain amount of that is prevalent. I've definitely got some jobs just because I've worked with the same people on previous jobs, and either they're like, oh, I want to hire him, that was good. Or it's the other way around, where I'm like, I want to work with this person. I worked with them previously. They're really good at what they do. They'd be right for the project, and I already know that I can work with them. They pass the vibe check. So go meet people. I'm just kind of like painting through these clouds here because I basically wanted to have that effect of like, you know, when it's raining and it looks like the clouds are kind of smudging a bit. That's what I was kind of missing with these clouds before, is that they just seemed a bit like perfect. Just wanted to have them feel like there's maybe some rain going on back there. But like at the moment, I'm looking for work, and so I'm making portfolio images, and I just get in contact with people that I've met over the years and just let them know like, hey, I'm available. I make new portfolio images. I send those out to the studios that I'm looking at or want work from. And then I stream, which, you know, just means I'm like active and visible all day. If someone did see any of my posts and they were like, oh, Alex is available and he's streaming right now, let's go check out what he's into, what he's like. You know, someone watching might be able to be like, oh yeah, okay, he seems chill. or whatever, or this guy seems like a dickhead or whatever. Sage Anubis, thanks for the follow. It just means I'm like visible all day, so it really helps, I think. And then on stream, obviously, I can paint the images, and it's a good way for me to stay visible, because I'm not someone that's going to be like doing daily content on Instagram or anything like that. I can't be bothered with all that. So this is my daily content, if that makes sense. Live demo, basically. Yeah, exactly. But the way that I ended up working on Legends of Runeterra was because I was streaming. Riot was doing a splash art competition, and I was streaming my entry for that. So I was painting that image, and I was streaming it every day. And then I got contacted by an art director, and they were like, "Yeah, I saw your stream, and that you're painting the Riot splash art image, and like, we've got a project that we think would suit you. Like, can we organize a chat?" kind of thing. And that's because they were like perusing the competition entries, saw that my thread was there, and that I was streaming, and so they'd obviously thought, "Oh, let's go watch what this is about," and then, you know, went from there. Yeah, that was this image. Candyland Massacre Gin. And exactly. That's where the gingerbread comes from. It's this guy. There you go. Alrighty. Not bad. Not bad. I'm liking how these turned out. It's been a busy week. um, so yeah, what I'm going to do is I will close these up. I won't look at them until Monday. Maybe I'll do some like very final tiny little things here and there, just a bit of cleanup, if anything. But yeah, I think Monday I will post them all on ArtStation and get the ball rolling with sending out emails and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's been a wild ride. But yeah, I think I'm gonna call it there for today. It's been 5 hours on stream. I'm kind of getting a bit tired. Energy's low. I'm at a good point where I can sort of leave these, I think, until Monday, and have a look at them again, see if there's any like final stuff that I would want to do, and then yeah, then they're ready to send out, I think. Amazing good luck. Absolute madness. But yeah, thanks for joining, everyone. I hope you all have a lovely weekend. Thanks for keeping me company and for keeping me going with these. I definitely couldn't have done it without your enthusiasm and input, and yeah, just generally keeping me on task. There's been some good questions, some good little lessons and stuff that we've had. So yeah, really pleased with it all. So again, thanks very much. Have a great weekend, and I will let you know on Monday if I'm streaming again. It all depends when I start the work that I've got coming in. So all right, take care, have a good one, and I will see you next week.